Right, welcome to the stream, everybody. My name's Clement Joe. Welcome back to a video. Welcome to a video. Welcome to a video, everybody. Welcome to a video. So, oh, whoops. Why is it not? Why was it not muting? Weird. Prem is shit. Well, the Prem isn't shit, you know, but the Champions League, though, Oraway, is a very interesting sport. Because it's a cup competition, you can have shocks. It's not that the Premier League's ultimately shit, you can have cup shocks. That's the beauty of knockout competitions. You never know who's going to win. You know, a few years ago, Real Madrid got knocked out by a few years ago, Real Madrid got knocked out by Ajax. Ajax went 2-0 up against Tottenham, and Tottenham scored 3 goals in the second leg, and went through on away goals. I didn't see it because I didn't think Madrid had been very well this year. But you know, it clicks at some point. That TV's really loud. Ultimately, every team kicks into gear. Every good team kicks into gear at some point. On a regard, it happened to Everton in the 80s. In the 1980s, Everton's manager came close to the sack. In early 1983, Howard Kendall came close to getting sacked by Everton. But, you know, they had a really bad game. I wouldn't say La Liga's harder. The Champions League isn't easy. But in context, La Liga, in the Champions League, you're playing against other good teams in Europe. But not every team has the same financial pressures. So in the Premier League, there's financial rules, which means you can't spend more than your club earns. Whereas in like Spain and France, I don't think they have the same laws. It's why PSG can spend, you know, hundreds of millions of pounds every transfer window. In France, they don't have the same sort of financial laws. It's why these laws were only brought in. These laws in the Premier League were brought in because of Chelsea. In 2004, Roman Abramovich came in and then just In 2004, Roman Abramovich came in. He put in £400 million straight away and basically bought a whole new squad in his first transfer window, which wasn't wrong at the time. It's what Man City have been charged with. Chelsea didn't earn enough money to be able to pay that 400 million. So, for example, 2003-04 Premier League table. In the 2000, well, actually, that might have been perhaps. No, this was the season. Chelsea, having qualified for the Champions League the previous season, Chelsea were bolstered by a £100 million outlay on world-class players, a spree funded by extensive financial resources of their new owner. Yeah, 100 million, and they gave them 400 million the year later, and then they won the league. Year before then, we're talking about the year before then, 2002-03. 2002-03, Chelsea finished, where's the table? 2002-03, Chelsea finished 4th. 19 wins, 10 draws, 9 losses. Everton finished 7th that year. This was David Moyes' first full season at Everton. In his first tenure. But literally before 2002-3, Chelsea were always around 6th to 10th. That's sort of... I wouldn't know though, but but you're probably biased in a way because you support Real Madrid. Like Real Madrid have a huge amount of money. La Liga is going to be harder because you've got other teams in there. But in the Champions League, you have smaller teams. Not every team that gets into the Champions League across all of Europe's leagues has the same sort of caliber. You guarantee every year you're guaranteed for at least 2 to 3 English, 2 to 3 Spanish, maybe 2 to 3 Italian, and maybe a Portuguese, and maybe 1 French team. You're always guaranteed them in like the knockout stages. Whereas it's very rare to see like a team from Czech Republic get in there. I mean Slavia Prague, maybe. Maybe a Dutch team sometimes. It depends what you get. There's easier teams. That's what I meant, Orway. Like it's the Champions League has easier games. Like Bayern winning 6-1. That surprised me though. But they're going to have to though, aren't they? They're going to have to sit in a box because a lot of those other teams don't have the same financial power. They can't get, all the world's best players to come. Real Madrid, for example, as a good example there, Brentford's owner is only worth 200 million. Newcastle's owners are worth 600 billion. So Brentford aren't going to be able to financially compete with the signing of players that Newcastle could or Manchester City in a way. That's what I mean. Like some of those smaller teams aren't as good financially. Barcelona, Real Madrid, Atletico are always in the Champions League, so they're always getting in Champions League money. Because they're always at the top. They're always bringing in a lot of money. Yeah, that's no fun. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It's not hard. Like Bodo Glimt has been a surprise. It's not that they don't. I wouldn't say it's that they're puss. I wouldn't say they're pussies and they have no desire to win. How are you going to win when? How are you going to win when your biggest signing is 20 million, and some teams can pay 200 million for a player. If you get what I mean. I think the problem with Serie A is there's no regulations. If you get what I mean. I wouldn't say there's not reg. Actually, no, I wouldn't say there's not regulations. I'd say that it's not built for a small team. You have Girona caught them by shock. Girona caught them by shock, but Girona has very good owners. Girona has very big owners because they're owned by the same people that own Manchester City. So they've got a lot of like resources, whereas some teams don't have that. Yeah, Bodo Glimt are doing from on. Like Ajax did it. Ajax did it a few years ago. Ajax caught everybody by surprise. I know Ajax have won the Champions League, but that was when it was an easier competition. Yeah, no, but I'm saying like, but on a regard though, but that's two players though, are away. That's two players. If you've got a really good team around them, young players are going to come in and have a good game. If you had two 18-year-olds, if you had two 18-year-olds come in and you've got a load of crap players around them, they're probably not going to have a good a game. It's like Everton's Jarrad Branthwaite. When he came in for his first start for Everton when he was 17, he gave away a free kick. He gave away a free kick and a goal in his first 5 minutes. But he didn't have like the best of players around him. If you get what I mean. The best thing a young player can have is some experienced players around him, making him feel comfortable. If you get what I mean. Right. If you get what I mean. It's never about the players and names, no. But if you look at the names on the team sheets, how many of those players are worth a lot of money? Like Jude Bellingham. I didn't really like him at Dortmund. I didn't think he was worth the price tag. I definitely didn't think he was over 100 million. For example. Look at Villa this season. I don't think Villa have been particularly well. Every team... No, the thing is, though, every team plays to win. Every team plays to win. Every team plays to win, but I think I think La Liga has what Everton had 20 years ago. Everton used to come off the pitch. Everton used to lose a lot of games back like 20 years ago. Not that they were trying any less, but it just came to be that teams like Man United, Liverpool could spend hundreds of millions on transfers, and Everton could only spend 5 million a transfer window. Well, no, you wouldn't be happy if 7th to 15th. Well, 7th to 15th, 7th is fine. I would be happy if Everton finished 7th. It depends, though. It depends in football. Like Real Madrid fans would never handle finishing anything less than thirst. But that's because there's no other teams in La Liga. You Barcelona, Atletico. If they don't finish, if Barcelona, Atletico, and Real Madrid like finish 15th, you're never going to the fans wouldn't hear the end of it. But if any other team in there finished 15th, you wouldn't bat an eyelid to it. I think it's because, in a regard, it's like Tottenham fans. It's like Tottenham fans, for example, are away. Tottenham fans can't understand why this is happening to them. Tottenham fans can't understand what's happening to them at the moment, but it's because Tottenham fans aren't used to seeing their team not in the top 6. And I think Real Madrid would be the same. I think Real Madrid fans would be the same if they say they finished like 15th. You wouldn't know. They wouldn't know how to feel, like Tottenham don't at the moment. Tottenham fans don't know. They all have to, but they never try to do anything other than stay mid-table. I wouldn't say that though. That sounds much more like a bit of biased commentary. You need to have many top players. You know, every Premier League team has a top player, but top players need players around them that fit their system. That was one of the biggest things. That was one of the biggest things when we had James Rodriguez at Everton. We didn't have another player that played the game the way he played it. So James Rodriguez would do really good balls. James Rodriguez would put really, really good balls into the box, but no player would get on the end of it because they had no player that read the game the same way they played it. It's like when Everton brought in one of the best players in England had ever produced. One of the best players that England has ever produced was sorry, his name's popped out of my head. Oh, Paul Gascoigne. Paul Gascoigne was one of the greatest players England has ever produced. He played for Everton and he only scored like 1 goal. But they didn't really have players that really fit the way he played. But it's one of those as well, you know, every team plays a different style. Like Everton have always played, you know, Everton have always played slick football, but with flying into tackles and Royal Fireguard, welcome to the stream. Every football team always has a different style. Like, for example, I hate the way Manchester City play. I've always hated the way Pep Guardiola plays with his style of football. I find it boring where it's just basically pass the ball around, try and walk the ball into the net. I hate his style of football. I prefer the ball over the box, and I definitely prefer ball over the top. Striker runs in, meet the end of it, outmuscle the defender, goal. And that's why Lukaku scored so many goals for Everton, because they used to always put the ball over the. They always used to do a ball over the top. But that's the thing, though. That's the whole thing that they've mentioned in recent years, ROA. Liverpool, the discrepancy from the top of the league to the bottom of the league in all leagues has become unsustainable. You know, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, you didn't know who was going to win the league every year. So 30 years ago, Blackburn won the Premier League. 36 years ago, Leeds won the league. Leeds won the league in 1990. Arsenal won the league in 1989. Leeds won the league in 1991. Arsenal won the league in 1990. Liverpool won the league in 1989. Everton won the league in 1987. Liverpool won the league in 86. Everton won the league in 85. But a lot of the problem is now a lot of teams that would historically have won the league, like Villa won the league, Everton won the league 9 times. Those teams now can't challenge as much because they haven't got the financial pull power that those other teams have got. So take Everton in the summer. In the summer, Everton were linked with everybody. They were linked with some players that ended up at places like Man City. They were linked with a player that ended up at Real Madrid. No one wanted to go there. So ironically, Everton were linked with Rayan Cherki, who's now playing for Manchester City, and they were also trying to convince the guy that plays for Real Madrid now, Dean Huijsen. They were trying to convince him to sign for Everton as well. But Everton is not a... What would you rather pick? Would you rather pick Real Madrid or Everton? And 9 times out of 10, they're going to pick Real Madrid. So that's where the discrepancy is. Like if you have 2 teams come into you, you're going to pick the one where you're going to get the most money. Which ironically, back in the day, you'd pick the one where you get the most game time. Hello, Ataros. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I said he was one of the ones that Everton spent the summer trying to sign, and then he went to Real Madrid. He went to Real Madrid in the little mini transfer window, which that mini transfer window, guys, is DM Demon. Cool, welcome DM Demon. That mini transfer window pissed me off because half the teams couldn't spend money. Man United, Everton, Villa. Because of financial rules, if they'd have spent anything, they would have been hit with FFP charges. So most of the Premier League teams, apart from like City, Liverpool, and a couple of others, couldn't spend any money. So a couple of the players that Everton really wanted to sign ended up going elsewhere. Like Rayan Cherki, Everton really wanted him. And he went to Man City in the mini transfer window because Man City could spend money in that mini transfer window and Everton couldn't. But I didn't agree with that. What's the point of creating a transfer window if half your teams can't even spend anything? So it ended up, then when they reopened the transfer window 10 days later, sorry. But yeah, Haaland hasn't played in Haaland's played in one Champions League final though, because Dortmund has gone to a Champions League final but never won it. I mean, it's the same as thing. It's always Dortmund. I don't think has the financial power to win the league unless they obviously start trying to bring in some big players. Scored them both. Yeah. They were both under Ancelotti though, so they were guaranteed for him. I tell you what, Vinny Jr. I don't like Vinny Jr. for what he said to Richarlison. Have you ever seen what Vinny Jr. said to Richarlison at the Brazil camp? They were playing for Brazil and Vinny Jr. showed him a picture of the Champions League trophy and said, "You're never going to win one of these." And then he showed him a picture of Everton and he said, "Oh, and you'll be fighting and you're going to get relegated next season." So he turned around and punched him. He punched him for saying that he was going to be the striker to take Everton down, and he turned around and just lumped him one. Fair play to him, though. Fair play to him. He defended his teammates. He defended his Everton teammates by punching his Brazil teammate, which is quite a bizarre one. Yeah, it's 2021. Yeah, Vinicius Junior and Richarlison had a punch up in training because Vinicius Junior mocked him, said he'd never win a Champions League and he was going to be the striker to get Everton relegated. So he turned around and just punched him. I remember seeing it on the news that Vinicius Junior and Richarlison have a bust up. Ironically, I think Carlo Ancelotti wanted to bring Richarlison to Real Madrid. Because he said no. Ironically, Carlo Ancelotti turned down selling Richarlison for 85 million to Barcelona in the summer of 2020. In January 2020, he turned down selling Richarlison for like 85 million. Yeah, I would actually happily take Richarlison back. Richarlison never wanted to go to Tottenham. He was practically had to be sold though. Everton, he didn't want to go, but Everton had to sell him because they were at breach of being hit with financial rules if they didn't. Which I'm convinced to this day that the Premier League hit Everton just because they wanted to get back at the other 6 teams. I'm genuinely convinced that the Premier League targeted Everton because they couldn't be bothered to target the Big 6 over the European Super League. You know, I remember Gary Neville saying this at the time, saying Everton charged with building a new stadium. Everton had been charged financially, and Everton had been given a points deduction for building a new stadium. That is true. Well, Courtois, actually. No, we should be thankful to Courtois because Courtois made a hell of a save in that one, which kept it at 1-0. So the one we should thank really is Courtois. Which, ironically, I wouldn't thank Courtois anyway because he mocked Jordan Pickford in the World Cup. That's where the little arm... I think that's where the little arms thing came from. Like, Courtois mocked him for being short. Even though Jordan Pickford's not short, he's like 6'1". Courtois mocked Pickford because he had to jump up to catch the ball, and Courtois was joking that he would have saved it. Yeah, Thibaut Courtois. He in the 2018 World Cup, he caught the ball. He mocked Pickford for jumping up and catching the ball, and he goes, "Oh, I can just catch it with my hands," because he was mocking him because Courtois is like 195 centimeters, Pickford's like 185, and I think he actually got hit. I think the Belgian press actually had a go at him about that one, mocking another goalkeeper for being short. That was a good World Cup. 2018 World Cup was a great World Cup. It will be interesting though, on the regard about Real Madrid, it'd be interesting to see what Real Madrid do now. Because Courtois is getting on, you know. I can't say his name. Carvajal? It's not Carvalho. No. Because Carvajal, I can't say his name. Whoever it is, the right back or the left back, he's getting on. Yeah, Pickford's quite the short one. Well, he's not actually short. Like, you know, there was a goalkeeper. Carvajal. Sorry, I thought I knew it was Carvajal. I was worried then about butchering the pronunciation. But he's getting on. It'd be interesting to see what happens to Real Madrid, because they've got to try and bring in some young players now. And it'd be interesting to see, because will these young players coming in make them step back a bit? Because it happened to Liverpool in like 2010. You know, some of the older players were starting to go. It happened to It happened to Everton in the early 2000s as well. Most of Everton's squad was literally mid-30s, late 20s, early 30s. That's the one thing that David Moyes, about the quarterfinals against Bayern. Yeah. You never know, though. You know, it's only 3-0. Like, a few years ago, Barcelona was 3-0, and Liverpool come back and scored 4. You never know what's going to happen. Hello, Sigma Squad. Welcome to the stream. Ange Postecoglou responds to a possible Tottenham return. Why would he go back there? They sacked him. I'm really good, Sigma Squad. How are you? You never know. Barcelona. I've seen games like that before. Here's a good one. In the round of 16, you never know. In the round of 6, it happened a few years ago to Everton versus Dynamo Kiev. Everton beat Dynamo Kiev at Goodison Park 2-1, and then they went. Everyone thought it was basically over, and then they went to Dynamo Kiev and lost 5-2 in the Europa League. Give me a sec. I broke my laptop last night. Yeah, the round of 16, second leg. Everton had won 2-1, and then they lost 5-2 in the second leg. So I said you never know. Everyone thought that game was going to be a comfortable Everton win from the first leg. I do apologise, guys. Sorry, I broke my laptop last night. My laptop still works. It's not really that. It's not broken, but it's not broken. But I broke it. I think I had an iced donut yesterday with like sprinkles on it, and one of the sprinkles got stuck in the keyboard. I tried to blow it off last night, and it went in and under the B key. So I took the B key off, and now I can't put it back in. I literally cannot get it back in. I can't get. I've had to put it on the side for now. The B key from my laptop keyboard, I can't get it back on. Every time I try and put it back on, it gets stuck to my finger. It said, from what it said it should just click back on, but it keeps coming back off. It doesn't help my finger's as big as the keyboard. It doesn't help that my thumb is wider than the key. So every time I try and press my thumb down on it, it gets stuck to my thumb. You never know. Like I personally would rather any team bar Man City win it. I want to see someone different win it though. If you get what I mean. It's kind of boring if Real Madrid or Liverpool win it. I would rather somebody different win it. I would rather like. I don't want to see Liverpool win it though. Because Liverpool have already won it 6 times. I want to see someone that's. Fuck! There's a zombie pigman just come out. What I mean, I want to see someone completely different win it. Like, I'd love to see Arsenal win it because Arsenal have never won it. I want to see someone different win it. I think it gets boring if the same teams sort of win it. PSG might be an interesting one. I didn't think PSG would re-win it. But I didn't... Arsenal, Barcelona. Well, you never know. You never know. You never know. I think our Arsenal's problem would be the fact that they're in every competition. You know, Arsenal can still win the Premier League. Arsenal can still win the Premier League, the Carabao Cup, and the FA Cup, and potentially the Champions League because they're in all four. They're in all four. Why would you get one of those? I mean, Barcelona have won it. I know Barcelona's won it because when I was younger, Barcelona were... A lot of kids in my school year supported Barcelona as a second team. I don't support any of them. I have a soft spot for Real Madrid and Barcelona because I went... Obviously, 5 times. Madrid has 15. But 7 of those have been in the last 20 years. 7 of those have been in the last... 8 of those have been in the last 20 odd years. Those other 7 were scattered out over a previous 50 years. So what did Real Madrid do? What did Real Madrid do in that time frame that was different? It's like Chelsea. Chelsea hadn't won a trophy in 50 years when they... Sorry, Chelsea hadn't won the league in 50... Yeah. When Chelsea won the league under Mourinho back in 2004, they hadn't won the league in 50 years. They bought the best names in the world. Yeah. But they had to have money to do that. If you get what I mean. They had the most money at the time, so they could afford the best players. That's basically what PSG did, and but it didn't work to the same effect. You know, PSG brought all the best players in the world. PSG brought Mbappe. They brought who else? PSG brought Mbappe, Neymar, Di Maria. Yeah, but that's the thing. That's what Man United did. Man United just went around and bought all the best players in the world for 20 years. Ramos. Yeah, but Ramos was only there for like a year. Ramos was only there for like a year. But Cavani, Edison Cavani was another one. Ibrahimovic. PSG did what Real Madrid did, but it didn't work. But the only reason I would say it didn't work was because they had too many superstars and they didn't have anyone... They had too many superstars trying to make a name for themselves. Whereas... PSG had too many superstars. Ramos was only there for a year because he left Real Madrid. But Messi went to PSG, but Messi was only there 2 years, and he was a freebie. So was Ramos, I think. But what I was talking about was the players they actually spawned. If you play for Madrid, you were already a big name. In a way, yeah. But why is that? If you get what I mean. But I think, in a way, Real Madrid might actually... It's because of the legacy. Yeah, the legacy of the club, yeah. But eventually, if Real Madrid could potentially become like Everton, what Everton were, back in the 70s, 80s, everyone wanted to play for Everton, and now they want to play for Manchester City. They want to play for now they want to play for other teams like Manchester City and things like that. In the 1930s, people wanted to... the 1920s. In the 1920s, everyone wanted to play for Everton because they wanted to play with Dixie Dean. Dixie Dean was the world's first number 9. That guy was nuts. 60 goals in 39 games. Never been matched since. Sixty goals in one league season. That's just in the league. He actually bagged about... In friendlies, if you were to include friendly matches... Dixie Dean actually scored 83 goals that year. Which was just that season. That's 100% true. So, that was Everton's biggest problem in the early 2000s. Everton had the most passionate fan base in the world, but the problem was they didn't have the money to cope with it. And it didn't help that... Obviously, it didn't help that they had a really old stadium. What fucked Everton over was the fact that because of Hillsborough, all football stadiums in the UK had to change to seating and not standing. So Goodison Park standing could hold 78,000. It could only hold 39,000 when they had changed everything to seating. When it was all standing, and everyone used to stand watching football, there used to be less, more people in there. So football teams were always going to get more money because they would sell 78,000 tickets. They would sell 78,000 tickets a time. But on the contrary, on that point, switching to sitting hurt the Premier League teams because they were no longer bringing in as much money from ticket sales. That's where the Premier League struggled. That's where the English Premier League teams struggled. They couldn't get the money in. That's why the Premier League came along. The Premier League came along because Everton, Tottenham, Man United, Liverpool and Arsenal were hit financially by having to switch to seating, not standing in stadiums. So they created the Premier League idea to build so that they would get more money. So they would get more income and more TV revenue. But it backtracked in Everton's favour that over the next 15 years they got progressively worse because they couldn't make the signings that they wanted to make. And then you had teams like Chelsea that came in with new owners. I don't think it's that, though, Oraway. That's always... I don't think it's that. There's retractable pitches everywhere else. I think that's just trying to find a blame. I think that's just trying to find a blame, though. During Everton played a match against Chelsea in 2021 where we had 11 players out injured. We had 11 players out injured, and basically, like, academy players came in and got their first starts. That's why they have football academies. That's why we have reserve players in academies. That's always been the case. The academy players are there because in case of injuries. That's the whole point of why they have academy players. It makes me laugh though when people whinge about it. Yeah, they've got injuries, but that's why they have academy players. Like, these academy players are waiting for their chance to come in. But those pitches are brought in because it used to be... Those fake pitches are brought in because it used to be genuine. They used to moan about the pitch state of the pitches. Football pitches used to literally be proper grass, and football pitches generally used to be proper grass, and you generally used to get muddy. There's a clip from like the early 80s, and Everton and Liverpool are playing, and they're generally covered in mud because it's rained and the pitch has become like a slur of like dirt and mud. And that's sort of why they did it. They switched to having this not 100% real grass because there was a game, and I can't remember what game it was. I can't remember what Premier League game it was, but there was a Premier League game where basically the ball rolled across the ball got stuck in the dirt. The ball got stuck in the net. That this guy thought he'd scored, but the mud from the pitch had stopped the ball going over the line. That's why they switched to having those pitches. Because of that. But having those retractable pitches are good, are a good source of income. That's why they can spend more money. That's the whole reason Everton built a new stadium, so Everton can host other things there. So Everton are hosting some rugby games there in Hill Dickinson in the summer. They hosted a few months ago. They can host concerts there. That's the whole point of having those retractable pitches. So they can do other stuff there. I'm not saying it's wrong. I think blaming the pitch. I think blaming the pitch is just trying to palm the blame on something else. But it could be anything. Everton had a lot of injuries under Frank Lampard, and then when Sean Dyche came in, he found out they weren't even wearing shin pads in training. In training, they weren't even wearing shin pads. So if they got injured, and the injuries stopped. The amount of injuries Everton had at the time stopped dramatically because Sean Dyche came in and made him wear shin pads in training. And it's also as well, how many young players now wear those tiny shin pads? How many young players now wear those tiny shin pads, which aren't even protecting their shins? That's also the problem. That's also the problem now, is a lot of young people seem to think it's cool to wear kid shin pads, which is a little bit stupid in my opinion. But yeah, if you guys get what I mean, yeah, I don't think it's the pitch. I think it's just a combination of stuff. Sometimes you have loads of injuries. That was one of Everton's problems where they almost got relegated. Dominic Calvert-Lewin was playing with a broken foot, and then had all these injury problems because of that. Then Richarlison went out injured after a tackle someone did on him, and then somebody else went out injured. Decore was out for most of the season. Yerry Mina was out for a good chunk of the season. Who else was out? Pretty much, you lose the spine of the team. But blaming the I think blaming training and the pitch is, I think that's just a shift in the blame tactic, like Jurgen Klopp. Jurgen Klopp once complained about the winds during a draw with Everton. When Jurgen Klopp was the manager of Liverpool, he said there's numerous things we've got to take into account. The wind. Like, he blamed the wind for why his team drew with Everton. Quite a lot of managers do that, and quite a lot of managers do that now. Like, shift the blame. I've never seen in recent times. I've never seen a manager turn around and go, "Well, the players didn't do what I told them." I can't remember who that was. It was a manager recently. He said the players did exactly the opposite of what I told them. I can't remember who said that. Oh, Russell Martin, who managed Rangers for a bit, before he got sacked earlier on in the season. Like, he complained. He had to go at the players and said that they did exactly what he didn't, exactly the opposite of what he told them. But it's true, guys. You don't blame. Managers will shift the blame. Not many managers will just say the players were crap. How is everybody on this stream? How's everybody on this stream today? How many people have watched this stream so far? 64. That's pretty good. 64. How is everybody? Come on. How is everybody? Let's go get our free range eggs, guys. Basically, this should have been a sheep pen, but all the sheep died. I put some cows in here and a chicken somehow got in here. And every time we come in here now, there's like free range eggs. Right. I think I want to go and get some more XP levels in a second. But I think we'll head to the castle for a moment. Right, okay. How is everybody? Is everybody okay in this stream today? Right. I want to go this way. I wanna build up some more XP levels so we can fix some of this armor. And some, well, the sword doesn't need fixing. The sword could be improved. That would be really cool if it was. Um, I don't even think I put the Discord server, the stream in my Discord server today, did I? I didn't. I totally forgot to. What? Laptop's being a bit stiff. Totally forgot. Even though we've been streaming about an hour, I totally forgot. Guys, because my subscriber count wasn't working on the stream the other day, I haven't put it back on. So, you guys don't actually know what my subscriber count is right now. What are they? Sorry. Just reading something a second. When we were talking about football, the people are moaning about the Premier League teams being exhausted. Well, that's Manchester City's and Liverpool's fault. The Champions League used to be just a knockout competition, and then they wanted it to be a league phase, and now they wanted the league phase bigger because of more and more money. 6 games goes to 8 games, and now they're moaning about how they're tired and the Caribou Cup should be scrapped. No, the Champions League should go back to what it used to be. They're not even. The FA Cup is meant to be the biggest cup competition in the world. It's meant to be the biggest cup competition in the UK. It used to be massive, and now people don't even take it seriously anymore. Stick a Champions League place on it. 3 go through in the league, and 1 gets a Champions League place through the FA Cup. Jesus, then every team in the world's every team in the UK is taking it seriously then. Yeah, we are, guys. We are 14 subs. We are 14 subscribers away from hitting 8k. Oh, shit, I never clicked send. Yeah. We're 14 subscribers, guys, off hitting 8,100. We can do it. We can do it. I'm just going to have to nip AFK a minute, guys. Right, I'm back, guys. Sorry, I just had to go and eat some dinner. Right, so here we go. Let's go to the doorway here. I come across here for a genuine reason. Because we wanted to go to the mob spawner, didn't we? So, to go to the mob spawner, I need to run over to buy the little amphitheatre here. But we've actually got to fight some mobs at the same time. There we go. We're going to go and fight mobs. Right, here we go. I don't know if there's anyone in this stream right now, but if there is, hello, welcome to the stream. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. We're gonna wait for some spiders to spawn. Wow. Which, you know, they spawn near instantly. Right, so we've got a couple spawning in now. We got about 4 in here at the moment. I don't think we're gonna pick up any, like, just making sure that no, like, actually we picked up quite a bit there, actually. Perhaps I should quickly promote the stream for a moment. That might be a beneficial idea to do. I'll put it on my community. I'll put it on my my community post. I can't spell, guys. We are Minecraft Legacy Console Edition. I broke my keyboard yesterday, guys. I broke my keyboard. I had what I believe to be a sprinkle from a ice donut fall into it. I saw it on the laptop keyboard, and I thought, oh, it's just there. I'll brush it off. And unfortunately, it went in it. So I thought, oh, I'm gonna have to take it off. So I took the B key off. Now I can't get it back on. I tried everything. I didn't want to take it off. I tried everything to get around it, and it just would not. Posts. Just want to go to post a sec and grab something off my post from a few days ago. I just want to grab what we. But I made the mistake of asking people in my Discord server about how you get a key off, because all I got was joke answers. All I got was a joke answer telling me to just smack it as hard as possible. I'm like, I was sat there, I actually want some help. Not like joke help. So, moral advice here, guys. Moral advice. If you're struggling with like keyboard stuff, don't ask people in your Discord server, because they never respond, or they give you a joke response that doesn't actually help. What the hell happened there? Whoa, 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 whoa. We're almost there. I can put 6 more spider eyes in there. Just rounding up our equipment. I've got a lot of XP, guys. I've got a lot of XP. Hold on a minute, I just want to check something. Wow. Wow. Oh no, 8, it'd be 8. So it's 7 years. Yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to check something. I saw just now, I was looking at my Discord server just now. I think I've been on Discord now 7 years. And it just said, yeah, it was 7. It's almost 7 years. My Discord server, guys, is only... My Discord server for this YouTube channel is a year old. 1 year. It was 1 year on the 7th of March. Bloody hell. Right, it's got him. Good. Let's just get some more XP. Hello to the people who just joined the stream. Welcome to the stream. We're currently just working on some of our XP levels. I want to see if we can hit 44 XP levels. We're literally almost there at the moment. All that stuff will have landed in the hoppers. Fantastic, Coco. There we go. Fantastic. Fantastic. Right, let's go. We are doing very, very well. We just need to There we go. Got him. We got so far. We've got 44 XP levels, guys. So our mob farm works absolutely exquisitely. What's that? Oh, it's a little button telling me the stream is live. Oh, okay. There's a little red button, and I've never seen it before. When was the last time we had a comment on the stream? I don't know. I want to know out of curiosity. Who's the top commenters? Top commenters. Well, ROA and Royal Fire God are literally the same. They're literally literally on the same amounts. And then Atoms and Dr. FFP are literally the same as well. Interesting. Oh. Right. I think we'll go to the skeleton spawner now for a moment. I was about to say I was looking for the spruce trees, but we chopped them down. There never was any spruce trees up here. I just put them up. I put them up here. So, I remodeled this place yesterday to look similar. Not yesterday, the day before maybe. To look similar to the. I like this. I like the way I've done this one. They can't shoot me because they can't see me. Can hear a zombie, but okay. I can hear them, but I can't see them. He's just going to walk over here and walk off, isn't he? Bye-bye. Found the zombie. Might as well collect some of this ores while we're here. You know, might as well. Right. Right. Come on. Yep. Whoa. Good. 23 iron. That's pretty good, isn't it? Well, it was until I missed the jump. Okay, well, we're finding some good, finding a bit of loot is pretty good. If I had a better pickaxe, we'd probably get more XP from this, but... Hello, Boise. Welcome to the stream. Crossing a bite. There's lots of coal here, isn't there? Hello, yeah, hello, Boise. Welcome to the stream. Oh, okay, XP. Yes, I'm currently just having a search around. I inadvertently... This is my... Basically, this is my mob spawning room. I sort of found a... Bit of iron there. I sort of found this room. I sort of found out there's a cave right here. So I'm going to put in a bit of cobblestone right here. Because we can come back and put a door there. The whole plan was to come here and get some XP levels, but... There we go. How is everybody on this stream today? How are you, Boise? Welcome to the stream. Right. Guys, we're about to cross 100 views, so I think we should give out some shout-outs. Everyone share the stream. Let's get as many people here as we can. Right, okay. I think I wanna have that highlighted as well. There we go. We're almost there. So actually, let's just, before we do anything, let's just take this shit out of here. The bows. Because the bows we keep in here. So we've gathered a lot of bows. Some of them are quite good. Some of them are good. We can keep. Some of them we can keep. Some of the bows aren't actually used a lot. We are just about to hit 45. Fantastic. Keep going, guys. Keep going. We're going to do really well. Having a way to make unlimited arrows is actually a really good idea. Having this is actually really good. Another bow. Oh my eyes. But having a wait. You're kidding me? And we never got the iron out. At Nightbot. Yep, Nightbot. I don't think Nightbot's going to respond. Because Nightbot's a bot. Right, another bow. Another bow anywhere else? No. I suppose with the bows we can separate the good from the bad. Keep the good. Right. Thank you to the person who subscribed. We are 13 subscribers off hitting 8,100. Which is amazing, guys. We're perfect. Any bows? No. Let's just take those 11, because those 11 will slide into there. Perhaps we make a way eventually for... Perhaps we make a way eventually for the hopper to go under here. Suppose we could do that. That would work. Nightbot is a boob. Interesting. Alright. Four bones. 7 bones put them together. 11 bones. They go into there. All the arrows from here and all the arrows from there go together there. And I know we picked up a bow there. Nightbot is a noob. Nightbot is, yeah. Let's go, come on. Trying to make as many XPs as possible. I'm going to let all those build up for a second. And we can worry about... Right. We're going to let this build up for a second. And then we can... Oh shit, I just dropped my controller on the floor. Right. I somehow picked up a bow. Another one. Yeah, let's keep going, guys. More XP levels. Done really well. No. What do you mean no? No what? Ooh. There we go. We're doing quite well in that regard. Just upping our XP levels. Right, come on. More XP levels. I've never seen so many F words in one sentence. We're just going to do a bit more, guys. I want to see if we can hit 47 XP levels. So, for a moment, we've got 4 bones on us, another bow, 9 arrows. These bows, though, we've got lots of bows. I think we'll separate the good ones from the bad ones. We'll separate the good bows from the broken bows. And then we'll keep the good ones, because the good ones can go to the archery games in the minigame area. The bad ones can be, I don't know, disintegrated. I think that's what we'll do. Right, let's go and see what we'll do. So, grabbing all of these, the bones, we'll do the bones first. So, more arrows. If you've just joined, welcome. We are currently just trying to up our XP levels, but we're also in the skeletons farm. We're getting a limited bows as well. Uh, 5 bows, a few arrows. Now that we're at 40, we might have to 40 arrows. We might have to worry about making a new chest. Ooh, ouch. Sorry I'm late. That's all right, Duffel. You can never be late to us. You can never be late to someone's YouTube live stream, because you never know what time they're going to schedule it for. Right. Damn, no stream delay. Well, there's always a little bit of a stream delay. There's always going to be a little bit of a stream delay, and that's just a natural thing. A stream delay is... There always is a little bit of a delay. I'm just on here. I want to see if we can get... Just want to see if we can get some... XP levels. Another bone. I've come up with a slightly really good use for this. All the bows that are good. You're reading my messages auto. It's because I haven't really read many comments today. We haven't had that many comments on the stream. For the first time ever, I can practically read the whole live chat. Well, not read the whole live chat, but we hadn't had a comment in like an hour. We hadn't had a comment in almost an hour up until Boise commented about 10 minutes ago. So it was it's nice we got some more people on the stream, because I hate the streams where it's quiet. Oh my god, my foot. Oh, my ankle. My knee, sorry. Arrows. Anything else? Oh, my shoulders. So I reported him. Who? Who? Rebel? Yeah. That's... You are... In a regard, you are well within your rights there to do that. Because what he commented was wrong. I generally, though, as well... I generally believe that... I generally believe he started to do that because of what happened. all the good bows from there, all the good bows that we've gathered, we're gonna take them to the minigame area because they can work on our archery games. No need to make threats though. No, but I don't think you understood. Well, I don't think you understood what I was saying yesterday, though, Duffel. I'm convinced he did that because he knew it was getting under your skin. Which is what Oraway said as well. It's also what Oraway said to you because you kept bringing it up. I think it's because you kept bringing him up. He commented it more. In that regard. If you say something horrible to someone, most people are shocked, which obviously 100%, and rightly so. But some people don't let it drop afterwards. Which I think that was partially... I think partially that's what happened as well. I think partially I think it was partially because you kept bringing it up and wouldn't let it drop. If you don't get what I mean, I'll explain it like this. Say somebody shoved you 5 years ago in school, and you keep bringing up that they shoved you. That's kind of what it was like. That's kind of what... That's like an example that even though it's 5 years in the past, you keep bringing it up. Soon 22. I know. I don't talk because I don't want to react. Yeah, but I think that's why you did it, because initially you started reacting. Like you reacted by timing them out. And then I think that's what sort of happened. And then after you timed him out, you kept bringing up what he said. I think that's what it was. He told me to... I know. But I think the reason why you said it more, is because of what you just said there. You keep bringing it up. I think that's why you kept saying it more after saying it. After saying it, I think he said it to get a reaction out of you. Which I think is what like what Oraway said to you yesterday. He kept saying it because he knew it triggered you, which we could see it was still triggering you because when you were mentioning it yesterday. But yeah, he's banned now. But I think that's why it went as bad as it did. I think it's because he could see that you weren't letting it drop, and he was using it. He knew that it was getting under your skin. What was I coming over here to do? That's what I was coming over here to do. These bows that we got from the skeleton farm, I would like to stick them in the... I want to stick a couple in here. Well, I'm not saying... That's not what I'm saying, Duffel. I was saying that I think I understand why he meant what he said. Obviously I don't understand what he said, but I don't understand why he said what he said, which is disgusting. Time out's only temporary. Yeah. But he could see that you were getting he could see that what he said was getting under your skin because you wouldn't stop talking about it. It's like bullying. If you say you bully someone, and you you bully them and you keep bullying them. Normally they bully you once to see what your reaction is, and if if they get a reaction from you, they know they know it gets under your skin, so they do it again. They keep doing it. That's what he did. I think he got annoyed with the fact that you timed him out, so he was technically, in a way, both were in the wrong. You timed him out too harshly, and then he fired back. He fired back with something even worse. But two wrongs don't make a right, in a way. Timeouts is not a big deal. No. Timeouts isn't a big deal. Timeouts is not a big deal, but saying it shit like that made me think I should. Yeah, but that's the thing though. Not everybody knows that though. Not everybody knows exactly. Not everybody knows that though, Duffel. That's the thing. Not everybody knows that. So if in some parts of the UK it's kind of an insult. In some parts of the UK it's kind of an insult. Like if so who was more harsh? But it's one of those. It's being taken out of context as well. It's been taken out of context. Like no one was in the right. No one was in the right, technically. In a regard, no one was in the right. Both was in the wrong. But because you're one of the parties involved, you can't see how what you did was wrong, but you can see what they did is wrong. Which I can there's a case of this as well. So for example, I'm going to use my sister as an example. So basically a few years ago, my sister, so a few years ago, guys, my sister barged into my bedroom. Just smashed the door open, barged in, and started to yap. So I shoved her out the door. But who's in the wrong? Because she barged in. I'm thinking, can't you look at the message while I timed him out? No, I can't. But that's the thing. So, both. Well, no. That's the thing. There are... So, right, I'm using this as an example. Some people that have, issues like autism and some other not diseases, mental health conditions. Some people have conditions like that. They are incapable of understanding right from wrong. So, for example, so my sister, she'll do wrong things, but irrespective if somebody reacts, basically they're in the wrong. Yeah, no, I can understand that, Duffel. That's why I referenced my sister for a moment. If I was to shove my sister for barging in and she turned around and punched me in the face, punching me in the face is irrespective. If my sister was to punch me in the face and I was to shove her, that's why I use my sister as an example. If my sister was to punch me in the face and I literally gave her one back, irrespective, I'm irrespective in her head. I'm in the wrong because she's been given one back. In her head, I'm in the wrong. I'm in the wrong. So she'll tell everyone that I'm in the wrong, but can't process what she did caused it. So, for example, like, it's a very similar thing. Like, kids that have like conditions like that, and people that have conditions like that, can't process emotions. People that have it can't process emotions. So, well, not that they can't process emotions, but it's delayed in a different way. So, for example, like my sister, for example, if she was to like start a fight on someone, even if she started the fight, she'd believe that they started the fight. So, for example, like a few years ago, my sister walked into the house and just punched me in the face. With communication, but that's normal though, Duffel. If you have, like, say, autism, as you said, communication's a hard part. You know, there's some people who have autism that are non-verbal. So a few years ago, my sister just was angry at her game, punched me in the face. So I shoved her because she, punched me straight in the nose. But because I shoved her, even though she punched me in the face, she's absolutely adamant about how I'm in the wrong because I shoved her. If you get what I mean. So, like, so even though she started that by punching me in the face, because I shoved her away from me after punching me in the face, she wouldn't stop going on about how I shoved her. But couldn't process how she wouldn't say the fact that she pushed me first. And that's what I was saying about, like, that Duffel. Like, in a way, so her reaction, because I reacted by shoving her, she wouldn't stop going on about how I reacted because she was trying to find other ways to justify it. Only 20 families had it. Yeah, that's understandable. But yeah, so what we meant about being triggered yesterday, Duffel, is that, yeah, we could see that his comment had got into your skin because you wouldn't stop going on about it. You wouldn't stop talking about it. I did start this, yeah. No, that's what I'm not. I didn't mean it in that regard. I was saying about, like, being triggered. So the reason I brought that example in was because about the reaction. Because Rebel could see that got under your skin, he said it more because he realised it was triggering you, and that's what, like, a bully would do. That's what a bully generally would do. Because you kept going on about it and you wouldn't drop it. That's sort of what I meant. He kept saying it because he could see that it was getting on. It was getting under your skin. It was getting on your nerves. Getting under your skin means it was. It means it was getting to you. Like if you call someone stupid. Like if somebody called you stupid and you keep going on about it. Well, no. You timed him out, You timed him out for something that you thought he should have been timed out for, which was a bit harsh. But because it was harsh, he started trying to get back at you because he thought that you were corrupt. But what he said was totally wrong. What he said was totally wrong. The reason he kept saying it. But the reason he kept saying it was because every time that he said it, you would come back with you would constantly say what he said, which because he then knew that you were reacting to it, so he went and said it more because he knew it was getting under your skin, which It's basically like, say I call someone stupid. Say I call someone stupid and they say, no, I'm not. And they say, no, I'm not. So I said, yes, you are. That would be reaction. So them saying, no, I'm not, means that, it got under their skin. And they've reacted to it. Which is why they say, it's why they say in schools, if somebody says something to you, ignore it, don't react. Because they'll do it more if you react. So, for example, when I use my sister as an example, so a few years ago, my sister had a go at my mum, and my mum said, fine, no, you don't get any, fine, you're not having your electronics. So she took the electronics from her, and she called my nan and was like, she's taken my electronics from me. But she didn't say what she did, so she couldn't process that. I'm going... It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. But what we were saying yesterday is that it didn't help that you kept responding to all his comments. He was trying to but Red Bull is banned. You can't... I don't like when people say that to people on streams. But it was because every time... I think it was because every time he joined, you joined a minute or two, you were on the stream, or a minute later, and then you'd react to what he said. But, it's not... You're not stupid. You're not stupid, and it isn't your fault. It was just that... because you can be quite reactive... and you mentioned that you can be quite reactive. I've got another person who watches the streams. It's a bit similar. I've got another person that watches my streams, and he's a bit similar. He's sometimes he reacts. He's quite reactive, and so I've got another person who watches my streams. He's quite reactive. He went into a rage about how he was going to report me for making an offensive chant about Australia, taking an offensive Australian chant which is made from something from Australia, but he was too reactive and was not aware that Oggy is 40 years older than Aussie. Aussie, oi 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 is a rip-off of Oggy. And the person obviously wasn't aware of that, so because of they were so very reacted sort of without thinking. But yeah, it's not your fault. You can't blame yourself for everything. Who was it? It's a person who watches the streams from Australia. He was a little bit similar. He was a little bit reactive, and basically wanted to report me because I've said a chant which basically in Australia they say Aussie. But in the UK we've got a chant called Oggy, which is older. And it's basically Australia took Oggy and made Aussie. And the person had no idea that Oggy is older, so tried to accuse me of being offensive and racist towards Australians. But they were too quick to judge without looking at it. So yeah, being reactive isn't a bad thing. It's when you react without thinking sometimes. That's when it's bad. But it's not. it's not a bad thing. You didn't do anything wrong you didn't do anything wrong. What Rebel did was wrong. What he did was wrong, but it didn't help that you kept bringing it up, and then it meant Rebel, who was watching the stream, just decided to keep saying it because he realised that he was getting under your skin. It's like it's like if somebody comes on here and calls me a noob. I'm not a noob. I've been playing Minecraft for 10 years. So I've kind of reacted to that. Like, for example, the YouTuber Hubu guy joined my Discord server again, and under a new account, and he took offence because I called him stupid. I didn't call him stupid. Basically, he complained about he mentioned something about education, about Armenian education. And I said, well, there's nothing wrong with Armenian education. I said it might just be that the student's not very smart. And he took offence because he thought I called him stupid. Which I partially did call him stupid because he asked me a maths question. He gave me a maths question. I did partially call him stupid though, because he sent me a maths question and he put, what's 7 plus 7? He put, what's 7 plus 7? I put 14. He goes, no, 13. So I did, I was partially calling him stupid. Because he asked me where Europe was, and I'm like, I said, if you've been to school, you should know where Europe is. He goes, I went to an Armenian school, but I'm like, even an Armenian knows where Europe is, because Europe is in Armenia is in Europe. And it was just with that bit, I was a little bit confused, but I generally convinced he didn't do very well in school. But I'm like, it could be. I mean, Americans don't really know where anything is. Just the nearest oil field. I'm joking. Anyway, but yeah, like, yeah, but he asked me where Europe is, where Africa is. I'm like, you should know that. Like, you should know what a map looks like. I think even at 4, I think even at 6 years old, you sort of know what the continents are. But I don't know, guys. What do you guys think? I'm just mad at myself. You don't have to be mad at yourself. With you though, I get a sense that. Hold on. With you though, Duffel, I get a sense that you take everything to heart. With you, I get a sense that you take everything to heart. If you get what I mean, I definitely get a sense that you take everything to heart. Like every little comment. Am I partially right? What's this? What do you mean, what's this? Oh, you're talking about what I'm looking at in the world? It's the tree farm. It is the tree farm. I'm just, I'm having to go in and repair it a little bit. I did all the dirt the other day. I fixed some of the dirt around here the other day. I wasn't actually coming here for that. I was coming here for a shovel. I was hoping I could find some dirt a minute now. I was about to say, do you know what we could do? We could actually make this go longer. If we've had the wood. I read every comment, if I'm correct. No, I meant, I didn't mean that, read every comment. I meant, like, take everything to heart. So if you get a comment, if you get, like, a harsh comment... No, not read every comment. I mean, take everything to heart. So say somebody comments and calling you an idiot. Sorry for the burp, everybody. No, taking it to heart is something completely different. So say somebody right now writes you're an idiot, or you're ugly. I get it with you. I get a sense that you read all of that and then take it to heart. So, like, you know, believe it. And believe what you've read. I get a bit of a sense from on that regard. Like, that's we'll give them warning. No, but yeah, not that. So say you've read a comment. Say I've read a comment right now that's telling me to that I'm ugly. That's what it means. Taking it to heart means you know, every comment that you see, you sort of agree to a little bit. Like if you get a comment telling you you're ugly, even though that you dismiss it, there's a certain sense of it that sort of agrees. I'm trying to explain it the best I can. Here it is. If you're still here, I don't know if you're still here. This is what taking it to heart means. I need to go to that crafting table. Because this is the nearest crafting table is this one here. There we go. But I was having a piss. Alright. No, yeah, what I'll explain to you what I meant. Taking everything to heart means that you deeply analyze every comment. So, deeply internalize. So, basically, you take every comment you get, you take it personally. Like if you got a comment calling you ugly or stupid, it means that basically every comment you sort of not that you sort of believe it, but you basically it means that this like you deeply internalize comments. If you take everything to heart, you deeply internalize it. The actions, the events, often leading to hurt, anxiety, or defensiveness. But that's what I meant when I saw how you reacted to some of the comments. Like always believe the comments. Yeah, that's what taking it to heart means. That's what I got a sense of when I saw you react to some of the comments that you got. I got a sense that you like believe every comment that you see. Not that you obviously do totally believe every comment that you see. I got a sense though that every sort of comments, harsh comments, you look at the harsh comments. I also have anxiety. Yeah. So like, say I'm not gonna do. I wouldn't do that because that's not the type of person I am. But say I put a comment on saying you're ugly. People who take it to heart would actually. Some people would actually believe that. Like for example, there was a massive YouTuber a few years ago that did that. People called him ugly, so he called him fat. So there was it was alleged that he wasn't eating. But that's what it means, like people taking comments to heart. It's actually a massive problem in social media stuff now, on YouTube, everything, about people taking comments that they've read to heart. It's a massive problem in social media now. But my phone turned off. Yep. Oh. How this tree farm works is it drops into here, and then the water brings it down into this chest like this. Ooh. It's like, for example, I make a lot of jokes about being fat, despite the fact that I'm not really fat, because I physically don't. I read the comment. How do you get the leaves in the wood? The leaves you can get. How do you get the leaves in the wood? Well, chop the wood. The wood drops. The leaves you can get with shears. I'm not really after the leaves right now, so I don't worry. But the saplings will drop. The saplings will drop, and most of them will drop into this water frame. And then we'll just, the wood. Well, the wood is a sapling. The wood is a sapling. You put 10 saplings. You put a sapling on each one of this bits of dirt. It's a 5x5 ring. It's a 5x5 ring. 3x3 there. 2 on each side, so it's actually it's a 7x7 ring with a 5x5 ring there. Three block gap in the middle, water underneath it all, and it takes it all down, drops it into the water, and does all that. How do you replant? Just put saplings on it. Just put saplings on it, they regrow. Like this. Unfortunately, we haven't got enough saplings at the moment to do a full tree, so you just jump up onto there and replant. Oh no, door trees. Sep with nefties. Under toi 4-5 7 8 9 10. I can't speak French, guys, but I can count to 10. Hey guys, I got a joke for you. There's two cats singing the channel. There's two cats singing the swimming the channel. One's called 1 2 3 and one's called Under toi, but the French cat goes missing. Under toi 4-5. Oh no, Joe has a joke. Run. I'm actually very good at jokes. But I can be quite I go quite dark with jokes though. I go quite dark with jokes. Like I'm so fat. I have my own postal code. I like that one. I saw that one somewhere and I thought that was really funny. It was sarcasm. Yeah, I'm actually very good at jokes. I love a good joke, guys. I have a rude one. Cool. Rude jokes, offensive jokes, they're all jokes, guys. One of my favourite jokes ever is from one of my favourite ever comedy series is the jokes they did were crazy. Like some of them, there's one of them that you wouldn't. One of the jokes that they did on this show, you wouldn't get away with now. I have no idea. What's the difference? They're not all the same size, probably. That's my answer to that joke. Ha 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 ha. That's not like a rude joke. That's a good joke. Oh my god, it's gone a little cold. Oh. We're about to cross 50 XP levels. I don't know how long this stream's going to be today, guys. It's been actually a really quiet stream. Right. Oh my god. It's really cold. Oh, my back. Oh my god. It's really cold for me. And it's raining, guys. I was thinking about going on another walk today, because I go on walks quite often. I haven't. The wind is crazy. Yeah, I haven't. Going on these walks, guys. I haven't lost weight. I've gained weight. I haven't lost weight, guys, from going on these walks. I've gained weight, apparently. When I got on the weighing scales the other night, I was the heaviest I'd ever been. I don't know. I was the heaviest I'd ever been. Well, I was the heaviest that I'd know I'd ever been. Like, so, I've gone on a walk. I've walked like 40 miles this month so far. I got on the scales, and I was 15 stone 7. So I was 15 stone 7. And if anybody doesn't know what that is, that's about 15 stone 7 is basically, as 1 stone is 14 pounds. So 7 pounds is half a stone. So when I got on the scales the other night, I was 15.5 stone. And I don't know how. I'd actually gain weight, surprisingly. Yeah, so going on all those walks ended up making me heavier. I got on the scales, and I was the heaviest I'd ever been. To give everybody a little bit of like information there, 15.5 stone is about 98.5 kg. It's about 98.5 kg. So I don't know how that's happened. Yes, Steffel? There we go. Yeah. No idea how that happened. I don't know how you go on a walk. You go on you walk 40 miles in 10, 12 days. Why did you start streaming and writing books? Well, I've been streaming for years. I've been streaming since I was 15. I've been writing stories all my life. Like the books that I'm publishing, the Dawn of Planets books. The Dawn of Planets books I come up with when I was 10 years old. Like the Attack from Space I come up with when I was 10 years old. I'm not going to tell you how I come up with the idea, because that would be great for a biography. That would be great for like a biography, how I come up with it. I'm not going to tell you guys how I come up with Dawn of Planets, because that would be great for like a behind the scenes book on how I wrote Dawn of Planets. That would be, but I was 10 years old when I come up with the idea for Dawn of Planets. But I wasn't a very good writer back then. Like, obviously, when I would start writing it would only be about 20 pages. I turned 24 pages. I turned 1,000 words. I turned 1,000 words into more like 45,000. So based on how big my book is, which is 5 times 8, which is the 5 by 8, which is the 5 inches by 8 inches. 5 inches by 8 inches. Literally, 300 words on a page. 300 sort of words on a page. So 45,000 is about 200. Is about 150, 160 pages. But the biggest book I've ever written. But the biggest book that I've ever written, Dawn of Planets 1's War, will be 300 and something pages. Dawn of Planets 1's War is 77,000 words. It's a mammoth 300. It's a mammoth 300 pages. Dawn of Planets 1's War is long. Well, it's not long. It's only about 20 chapters, but it's roughly around 70,000 words. It's 77,000 words. So, if I go and have a look at 1's War right now, I can tell you. I can show you guys how much it is. I can tell you how many. I can tell you guys how much this book, how big the book will be. Dawn of Planets 1's War, here we go. Dawn of Planets 1's War is... Just give me a second, it's got to load. It's going to be huge. It's going to be fun though. It's a fun story. Everything happens in it. You have military fights. You have military fights, battles, wars, everything. Everything's in it. Dawn of Planets 1's War is 330 pages. It's 329 pages, and it is 77,335 pages, words. It covers. There's a lot of F words in it, guys. Shall we have a look? There's 49 uses of the F word. There's 23 uses of shit. There's 2 uses of piss. There's 5 there's no use of crap. There's no use of cunt. And there's 1 use. And there's 1 use of bitch. But there's 49 uses of the F word in Dawn of Planets 1's War. And half of them are in 1 line. Would you guys like me to read out the first to read out this line? Would you guys like me to read out this line? There's a line and it's loads of F words. Because the main character is deciding who he wants to be. Does he want to be a strong man, a brutal man, or whatever? Hello, the Rebel 216. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, in the book, guys, there is 49 uses of the F word. There's 49 F words. 23 uses of shit. There's 1 use of bitch. There's a lot of swear words in that story. Altogether, there's about 100 swear words. I wonder what the record is for the most swear words. Doesn't say. Is it loaded now? There's a lot of F words in that book. Right. I just had a look at that, guys. 216. I don't know what the record is, but there's 70. There's at least. What should I build in Minecraft? I have absolutely no idea. Anything. I build whatever comes to my head. So if I want to build a house out of sticks, I can. You can't actually build a house out of sticks. Actually, if I want to build a house out of mushroom blocks, I will. Do you know what? We should do that one day. We should do that one day. I've got mushroom blocks that I could use. I've got mushroom blocks that I should use. That I can use. But I don't really have any... Ooh. I need to do that someday, guys. Build some out of mushroom blocks. I've got mushroom blocks, but I've never found a build that I wanted to build out of them. But yeah. On that regard though, guys, that what let's read the most. Let's read the biggest swear-wordy part in this book. Oh, there's 49 uses of the F word. Where's the first use of the F word in the book? Listen up. Some of you have won a lot of listen up. Some of you have won a lot of medals under Grenzy fucking Grenner, but the first fucking thing you can do for me is take them fucking off again and throw them out a fucking window or in the biggest fucking bin you can fucking find. Because you've all won them by merit and not by distinction, got it? No more medals for your past effort. From now on, you earn your stripes with me or not at all. I think that's a great line. Personally, I think that's a great line. It probably needed someone with a deeper voice to read it though. It probably needed somebody with a deeper voice to read it. Maybe I should have read it with a deeper voice. I know Nightbot is a bot, but that's definitely smart. I don't think you can time out Nightbot. Well, no, Nightbot only types what I've told it to type. So what it is because the more you type, the more Nightbot comments, because Nightbot's meant to comment at every couple of lines. But the more you guys comment, the more Nightbot comments, because if 5 people comment quickly, there's 5 comments quickly, then Nightbot puts a comment in. Nightbot puts a comment in. Nightbot puts the comments that it has to put in, so it's technically not spamming because it's technically putting in what I've told it to put in. But it has to do that. It's like, say something's programmed to comment something 5 times every 5 comments. But because you guys have there's a lot of you guys commenting. Because there's a lot of you guys commenting, then that 5 comments could be in 20 seconds. Oh. Oh, God, my shoulders, guys. My shoulders are sore. Oh. Jesus. I could look at Nightbot quickly. And probably try and make it slower. We could probably get rid of some of the comments. I can probably get rid of the podcast one now. In a regard, I can probably get rid of the podcast one. That podcast has been a bit of a struggle. Average British weather outside. Yeah, well, it's not really average. The UK is not exactly a wet country. It's just in early January. Yes, we have a lot of rain, but there are countries that have more rain than the UK does. The UK isn't exactly a cold country. It's just that America see 30 degrees and think cold, but then it's because they're using Fahrenheit. But 100 Fahrenheit is about 30 degrees. Well, maybe about 40 degrees. Well, yeah, it's quite cold at the moment. It's quite cold at the moment. I wanted to go on a walk. And so I went on a walk yesterday. I've gone on walks every day this week. I've tried every day this week, guys. I've tried to lose a bit of weight. I haven't. Since I've been doing these walks, I've somehow gained weight. I was the heaviest I'd ever been the other day, guys. Which is really weird. Let's just have a look at these timers a second. What ones can we get rid of? The podcast one can be got rid of. Right, every 5 minutes. So Nightbot naturally has to comment this every 5 minutes. Yeah, so Nightbot's meant to comment this every 5 minutes. Let me just tamper with it and see if we can make it slower. So it should be every 5 minutes. I think this is a different person, Duffel. Duffel, we have more than one person called Rebel. That's why I hid all those comments, Duffel, because we've got other people called Rebel. We had somebody else called Rebel tell him to go kill himself. So, but I'm saying I have had other people called Rebel watch the streams before, so I can't. So that's why I got rid of all your comments. No, but I said I've got other people called Rebel that watch the stream. I've got other people called Rebel that watch the stream, so I've had quite a few people called Rebel during the stream. So that's why I got rid of the comments, because I don't know which Rebel is called which Rebel. What did I do this time? I did see that, but also we have got other people called Rebel. But can we just keep the peace in here, please? Hello, Colpius. Welcome to the stream. I am the same Rebel who got put in. Oh. But yeah, we also had another person called Rebel that also put some really harsh comments in. So, please call me Cole. Welcome, Cole. Welcome. Just gotta kill these. But yeah. But we have a lot of people who have similar. We have a lot of people who have similar names. Like Pixel Dibble and Pixel King. I mixed the two of them up at one point. I mixed Duffel and Dusty at one point as well, because they had similar names. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, welcome to the stream, Cole. Oh my god, my eye. Sorry, my arm. The top hat man is coming. What about? Are we talking about my my snowman? Ooh, pardon me, pardon me, pardon me. Yeah, I hate creepers. I love creepers. I love the designs and all that, but I hate how they explode. Like, we've had a few explosions. We had an explosion the other day, and it destroyed my next to my one of my builds. So I've now got to go and rebuild. Guys, we're literally only a little bit off 50 XP levels. Did you know the creeper is wounded? I didn't know that. I know I didn't know that. I know creepers obviously were initially going to be pigs. Right, I'm back. Sorry, just had to nip AFK for 2 seconds. What was attacking him? Oh, I think it's just... might be a little bit of stick drift. So, alright, guys, I've got it. You know, I'm a genius, you know. Sometimes my genius is somewhat frightening. There we go. I did wonder why I'd moved there until Skeleton was hitting you. Yeah. Right, so let's just get rid of that shit a second. Herobrine maybe is in this world. Nah, it's not Herobrine. It's not Herobrine. Herobrine don't actually exist. Herobrine was a myth. Herobrine was a myth. Basically, he was like a joke somebody created on a video. And obviously, people believed it. And then people also continued that myth. Sorry, I was just looking to see if there was any more XP trapped. Sometimes XP gets trapped there. Is in a mod. Well, yeah. He could be in a mod, yeah, but he wasn't actually. No, it's a mouse. It's a rabbit. It's a bunny rabbit. It's not a rat. It's a bunny rabbit. Let's see if we can gather, if we can hit 50 XP levels. Is that because my mouse is flashing? Is that a sign that it's going flat? Maybe. Well, you never know. Like, you can't. All they've got is a Minecraft. It's a Minecraft skin though, so a Minecraft skin isn't going to look 100% realistic to what it is. A Minecraft skin though isn't going to look 100% realistic because it's a Minecraft skin. Joe, he is the same rebel bunny. But he hasn't said anything now. You can't keep going. You can't go out and do retroactive punishment for something that was in the past. He says you told him to kill himself. You know, but Duffel, I have said we have other people called Rebel watching the stream. We have other people called Rebel. We have actually got other people called Rebel. The Rebel I banned for commenting that was a different account. It was a different person's account. He admitted to it. Skeleton Spider. Yeah, they're not actually that rare. You get one every 10 minutes on here. You get one every 10 minutes on this thing if you're here long enough. Why did I see a skeleton spider? Because they spawn in. They spawn in here. If you're here long enough, they spawn in here. We had somebody else called Rebel here. We had another person called Rebel here, and I think it might be a mistaken identity. What do we call this again? But I said we have got other people called Rebel. But you have timed out other people on these streams before. But Rebel216 has been here for months, Steffel. He's never commented anything. We have other people called Rebel, but Rebel216 has been here for months. Because I can remember him commenting last year. That was the only Rebel. But there are other people called Rebel. Because how many people go onto YouTube and call themselves Rebel? Hello, the jokes, it's Steve. Welcome to the stream. I'm doing really well. How are you doing, the jokes, it's Steve? How is everyone on this stream, actually? How is everyone on here doing? Guys, we're almost at 50 XP levels. Skeleton spider is called. Skeleton spider is called. It's just called a skeleton jockey. Spider jockey. Something a jockey. Skeleton jockey or something like that. Doing good. It's windy for me right now, actually. Spytons. Good name. Skelders. Actually, no, that doesn't have a like a nice like a little name to it. Done it. 50. Let's just eat some food a minute. I want to see if we can hit. I want to see if we can get one more spider eye. Oh my god. Right, let's just get this Ooh. Look at me, spider. I just came back. Welcome back. So, there we go. I want an extra spider eye a minute. Someone did say something, but it was somebody called Rebel on a totally different account, I think. Duffel, you can't tell people that. There's no evidence that it was even him. There's other people called Rebel that have Rebel in their names that watch these streams. And the only person that can order someone off a stream, though, is me. And I'm not going to order someone off a stream, guys. But, there's a lot of people. I once banned someone called Dylan for telling me to go kill myself on streams. I had someone called Dylan tell me to go kill myself on stream before, but that doesn't mean I can turn around and ban everyone called Dylan. Right, I'm gonna go, guys, from here because I'm going to die. I can't be bothered to take all this stuff with me, so I'm going to shove it all into here. If I do that, yeah, he said you timed him out, but you've timed out many people. But I did say, though, but even if he did say something, which it might not be him, Duffel, but I did say, you aren't... That was like Mario Kart. Doing that means that we can arrive here before that stuff turns up. See? Bing, 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 bing. It's an amazing little tool that we've invented here. I've timed out 2 people. I think you've timed out more than that. I can have a look. I can have a look. Dashboard logs. I can look through the logs. I can look for the logs, but nothing. None of the logs are flagging up. There's no logs flagging up from this week. In fact, we haven't had a timeout, guys. We haven't had a timeout in a week. We haven't had a timeout, guys, in the last week. We haven't had the timeout in over a week. It even says this on Nightbot. There's been 212 comments today. There was 364 on Monday. There was 142 yesterday. 192 on Sunday. There was... No. 142 yesterday. 216 on Tuesday. 364 Monday. 192 Sunday. 250 on Friday. 120 last Friday. And there was 55 last Thursday, because last Thursday's stream was quite tired. Oh, there we go. Right, so let's take all our little items here, guys, and we can have a quick sort out. And we've filled up a chest of spider eyes already. Wow, 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 wow. Spiders string now. And we've already filled up a whole chest of string too. I don't have any more chests on me. That'll have to remain in there for now. I can bring the rotten flesh with me. The bones. Check out my timeout log. There is no such thing as a timeout log. I can look at the logs through Nightbot, but there's nothing in it. What did I even do to Bear? Well, somebody called Rebel. Basically, he timed out somebody called Rebel. I think it's another Rebel, and they responded with telling him to go kill himself. But we've got a load of other people called Rebel. Rotten flesh. Actually, all those I just remembered. Arrows, and then those bones can go in. Even though I want to have these here, I'm going to take these a minute. And I'm going to stick some more in that little room. And what I'm going to do as well, at the same time, I'm going to take the string from here. Because we're going to have a little room for all those bits. So, going to want to go up this way, I think. Going to want to go this way. We're going to do a little work. It was blue. It was it was blue. It was blue. It didn't actually have a profile picture, I don't believe. I don't think it had one. How's that happen then? Did I use slabs? Ha! Genius! Oh. Oh, bollocks. I didn't want to put that in the wall. I think it's a different it's a different person, Duffel. It's a different person. If they haven't got any more accounts, it's a different person. We have got other people called Rebel that watch the streams. Oh. I need that plank of wood. I can't grab it. Oh god. Where's the normal chest gone then? That's why I couldn't find the buggers. Oh. Anything in here? Vendetta. There's a film called V for Vendetta, which is one of my favourite films. V for Vendetta is officially, guys, is my favourite film of all time. One of my favourite films of all time. It's about a man that he was wronged by people. He was wronged by criminals. He was wronged by the government. The government launched a project in the name of national security, looking for chemical weapons, but their whole plan was to make a virus. So they basically created a virus and tested it on people, and he survived being tested on. He developed super enhanced abilities, and he set over the next 20 years, he set out to bring down the government officials that ran the experiments. So one of my favourite lines in that film, he says to this girl he meets, he says to this girl he meets in the film, he says that for 20 years I thought of only revenge until I met you. It's such a great film. V for Vendetta, guys, is one of my favourite films. I wanted to do a podcast episode about why V for Vendetta was my favourite film, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it because YouTube took it down. What do you fucking do? Just give me a moment. What are you doing? Somebody's got a guy called Raptor who was in you would watch these streams. He's basically spammed a porn Discord server into my server in every single chat. So I've just banned him because I couldn't be bothered to delete every single. I think he's been hacked. I think basically a guy that was in my Discord server has basically just spammed like teen porn servers into my Discord server. So I've just gone and sorted that out. I think he's been hacked or something. Typical mods, they were slacking. Decepted's fired, guys. I've fired Decepted at all costs. No, I'm not banning you, Duffel. You didn't do anything wrong, but it's a different rebel. This is generally a different rebel. We've got other people called Rebel, and because you were angry, I don't think you realised that. Rebel 216 has been watching the streams for months. That was a different Rebel. That was a different Rebel. Yeah, that was a different person. That was a different person because Rebel wasn't even spelt correctly. Rebel wasn't even spelt. The Rebel on that account wasn't even spelt correctly. That was Rebel. The L and the E were the other way. That was spelt as Reb. That was spelt like that. Yeah, I think this person's been hacked in my Discord server because he just spammed in like teen porn sites, and I've just had to go through it. And Zim, who watches my streams, he's just commented about the mobs, the mods were slacking. So I've just jokingly sacked one of the mods as a joke. I jokingly sapped Deception Bot. Let's just go and stop it raining. Everything that happens, guys, on these streams, yeah. 230 of you have watched this stream, guys. I want to see if we can hit 30,000 views this month. I don't think we're going to do it. I wanted to do that. I, at the moment, do not think we'll be able to do it. Just because of the time frames. We've been slightly slower in the last 2 months a little bit. We've been slower. We've been slightly slower with our with streams. I mean, our streams have been smaller. How many views have we got this month? I want to see. The aim is 30,000. The aim's always 30,000. We've only got 6 this month because we've had a slower month. Ooh. Ooh. My nose. The silence is deafening. Sorry, I was just checking my Discord notifications. I'm still getting rid of this guy's dangerous spam links. So I'm just trying to get rid of all of those. Sorry, I had to do that, guys. I had to get rid of every link. Guys, we're only 13 subscribers now off hitting 8k. 8,000, sorry, off hitting 8,100. Right, so Yeah, but we're back, guys. We're back. It's even more silent in chat. It becomes silent in chat. Earlier on, between 1:30 and 2:30, we didn't even have a comment. Literally, ROA commented in the stream earlier on, and I didn't have a comment in over an hour after he left the stream. We didn't have a comment on the stream in like an hour. Sometimes the stream just does go silent. I've had a really weird month. Is it okay to have regret? Well, everyone has regret. That's the thing. That's for certain. Everyone has regret of things they do or didn't do. I have regrets. Like, my biggest regret is I didn't capitalize on video ideas that I had years ago that could have potentially have done really well. I was always too scared. I was always too scared to do things outside of my comfort zone quick enough. But there's some videos that people did and took off from that I had ideas of doing first, but then obviously I never had the confidence to go and shoot them. Like a lot of the old Minecraft duplication glitches, I'd find out about these duplication glitches and I'd film them, but I'd film them too late because I was too scared about how I made about what the video looked like. Oh. Hello, Quinton Blocks. Welcome to the stream. There we go. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Oh my god. Yeah, hello Quinton. Welcome to the stream. What is the QR code for? The QR code takes people to my Amazon book list. It takes them to my Amazon book list. It's better than putting my Amazon book list link in the stream, where it can become buried. Having that, basically I'm bringing out a book next month, and it takes you to where you guys can buy it. And I'm bringing out a book in 16 days, and it basically takes you to where it's available to pre-order. It's basically a link. It's basically where I can promote my work. It's basically where I can promote my work, and the link doesn't get buried in the stream. Because people keep asking me where the link is to my novel stuff that I write, my books that I've written, and I would always say the link's in the chat, but then they could never find the link. So I've decided to put this QR code on, so it makes it easier to find the link. Makes it easier to find, because literally people can quickly scan by their phone, and then they automatically get access to the link, which is why it's a good idea, I think. Hello, Lota Gangster 2, welcome to the stream. How are you? I'm really good. How are you? Thank you for asking. That's really kind of you. Right. Let's eat some food, guys. Where are you from? I'm from the UK. What the hell? I fell in a hole. I fell in a hole. I'm from India. Cool. Welcome. Right, what are we going to do? We're going to go this way. And then we're going to go this way. And then we're going to go up. Cool. But yeah, I also play Minecraft. Cool. Minecraft is a great game, everyone. It's the best game. I saw a video the other day, guys, and it said early things from the 2000s. Things only 2000s kids know. How many people here were born between 2001 and 2009? Sorry, how many people here were born between 2000 and 2009? Make a farm for bread. Well, we have a wheat farm. We have some everywhere. Yeah, how many people here, everyone, were born between... I'm 2010. Alright. How many people were born between 2000 and 2009? No one? Also, an onion farm in Minecraft. We don't have onions in Minecraft, so I can't create an onion farm. Although I would like some fried onions on a burger. No, I know you said me, Duffel. I'm trying to see if there's anyone else. Though, if anyone here was born between 2000 and 2009. Nobody. If you weren't born, I think. I saw a video the other day and it said, you know, kids born in the 2000s will remember these. And it was like, you know, Freddo chocolate bars being 10 pence. Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga, because obviously that's one of the most popular Lego games of all time. Legacy Console Edition, it's neither of them. It's neither of them. This stream will have been on for almost 4 hours, guys. We've been streaming for 3.5 hours. What David is doing is kind of like dictator-like. Hello, Bryce Childress. Welcome to the stream. Haven't seen you on the streams in a while. Who's David, the dictator? Add a mode better on Bedrock. I'm a bit confused what that means. Oh, my foot. Yeah, this is not Bedrock, nor is it Java. It's Minecraft Legacy Console Edition. Right. Oh my god, why am I here the villager? Why am I here the villager 2023 to 2025? Why am I here the villager? Why am I here the villager was at my old mob... was on the sport. Why am I here the villager spawned on the top of my old mob farm? It was right up there, and he fell off. He spawned at the top there, which is why I called him Why Am I Here, and he fell. So he was 2 years old. Why am I here the villager? 2023 to 2025. He was on this world for 2 years. He was about to celebrate his, I don't know, second birthday or something like that, when he fell. I tried to save him. I failed. Shall we take on this creeper? Come on. What's my opinion on that? I can't really tell you my opinion on that, to be honest, Yogs. I'm not American. I can't really tell you my opinion on that. I'm not American. No. I can't really have an I don't really have an opinion on any of that because my country is not involved. So I don't really know what's going on, that in a way, because my country is not involved. Yeah, but it's an interesting one. People's opinions will be skewed. I don't really have an opinion on it because my country is not really involved. But it depends. It's not really what's going on. It depends on which way the media says it. It's which way the media says it. So if you're from a certain part of the world, the media will be in favour of one country. If you're in another part of the world, the media will be in favour of the other. It's a really interesting point of view. Oh, fuck. I've lost all 50 enchantment now. How did I die there? How did I die there? I had full hearts. I had 50 XP levels there. I want to know how I died. Still the point of views there. Yeah. Yeah, don't really have an opinion on it. I don't really have an opinion on it, but I think you have to look at every angle. Gotta go. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good rest of your day, Rebel. Thank you for watching the stream. No, on that regard, though, what I mean is you've got to look. I might have lost some of my stuff there. I'm going to die because I can't get back out. Oh, shit. Because we're trapped. I've lost my armor though. So basically, oh, I know why I died now. My armor got exploded. But on that regard, Yogesh, it's one of those. There's a lot going on that we don't understand. You know, it's not just on one thing. You've got to. There's a lot of There's a lot of build up to why what's happening is happening. I think, but I don't really have an opinion. There we go. Yeah, I don't know how long this stream's going to last now, guys, because I've been streaming almost 4 hours. Oh, skeletons are the worst. Yeah, have a good rest of your day, Rebel. How are you, Yogesh? Welcome to the stream, by the way. Oh, I'm exhausted, guys. Practically. Let's just go upstairs and sleep upstairs. Yeah, it's gone to a different world. Oh, I've got cramp in my leg. How is everybody on this stream? Cool, so now let's quickly go this way. Right, so let's quickly sort that out. Oh, God. I love this place, guys. I love this city. What is this? Ah, it's a little car park. That took me a quick minute to work out. We need some more trees here to make this look like realistic. No, this is actual this is actual Legacy Console Edition. This is actual Legacy Console Edition. Yeah, I'm actually playing Legacy Console Edition. I'm not playing the source coded thing. Why can't I grow any trees? I want another tree here, but at the moment it just doesn't seem that we can. Hello, the Screaming Eye. Welcome to the stream, by the way. I cannot grow. I cannot seem to grow. No, this is actual Legacy Console Edition. I haven't had an update on this word in 10 years. Sorry, 9 years. There we go. Oh, bollocks. We're not we need, let's just get. And if you're wondering why I did that, guys, I need to. I need these trees to grow, and they're not growing. I wanted to place some nice trees around here. Oh, hold on. I used to have it for the PS3 and the Xbox 360. Cool. They're the OGs. I want to plant some trees. This is my city world, everybody. This is my city world. That's tight. That's really tight. I can understand if you're not playing it anymore, but at least keep the game. Just because I said they are Legacy Console Edition is rare now. I know some people are saying, "Oh, the source code's out," but the source code isn't the official game. There's stuff. And I will die on this. PS3 is better than the PS5 or the PS5. I think it's because nostalgia. I think nostalgia plays a role there. If everyone gets what I mean, I think nostalgia plays a role there. When you think of a video game that you really enjoy, you don't think of the game you're enjoying now. You think of the game that you really enjoyed when you were a kid. If you get what I mean. If everyone here gets what I mean. Like, when you're thinking of video games that you really enjoyed, you don't really... you don't tend to think of the one you're playing now. You think of the one that you really enjoyed when you were younger. So, to me, my favourite video game is Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga. Because that is the first video game I ever bought myself. I bought that in 2007. Which, that does make me sound old, doesn't it? Well, it doesn't, but... It doesn't make me sound old, but, a little bit, maybe. I just want to plant that tree. So, getting some of these trees to plant is nice. That looks like a dick. That joke had to be made. Could we get a tree here, or would it be cut out? Can we get a tree here? No. With a bit of luck, we can get a tree there. I love the Minecraft Legacy Console Edition. I'm pretty sure my brother had a word in that then I got so mad after about saying, then deleted it, and I never remember. I feel really bad now. Yeah. I've had this word. I've had this word here for about 9 years. I think with Minecraft, if you've had a word for that long, like, you see yourself change. You know, you've grown up. In a way, I've practically grown up in this Minecraft world. Does that sound weird, guys? Does that sound weird? But technically, in a way, yeah, I've technically grown up with this Minecraft world. Does that sound weird, guys? That I've technically... Do you get what I mean? You've technically grown up with your Minecraft world. If you've had a Minecraft world that long, you've practically grown up with it. Hello. Why didn't you create... Hey Joe, why didn't you create another channel? Why didn't you create another channel for other content? Because barely anyone watches old Minecraft, and new content would good. Yeah, but that's the thing though. That's the thing though. Fish Splash, creating new channels for other content is the wrong move to do. Creating new channels for other content is the wrong thing to do, because you've got to start again from scratch. Which, if you've already built up an audience, it's not hardly anybody plays like watches old Minecraft anymore. People do watch it. It's just it happens to be, what time does it happen to be? It happens to be February, and most of my audience tends to be people 13 to 15. But I guarantee all of you are 13 to 15. If you played the PS3 Minecraft, you might be a little bit older. Some people might be a little bit older. Some people might be, as I said, some people might be a little older, but most people that here that are watching my streams tend to be like 13 to 15, 16. Most of those people are in school right now. If I were to stream at the weekends, I tend to get more views. It's not that my content's thing. It just happens to be it's not that Minecraft content's like. Hello, Hidiat Russia. Welcome to the stream. I've never had a long Minecraft word. I do have a survival word. Cool. Yeah, my survival world is 10 years old in my survival world is 10 years old in 5 months. Yeah, in 5 months time, guys, my survival world will be 5 years old. Sorry, 10 years old. In 5 months my survival world will be 10 years old. Cool maths games. I used to play that in school. Fucking hell, that's like 10 years old. Core Maths Games has been around for years. We used to play that when I was in primary school. It could work perfectly, but it doesn't, Fish Splash. It doesn't. I've created a YouTube channel for my podcast. I created a podcast YouTube channel, and I can't get people from here to go and watch it. It doesn't work. I can't get people from here to go and watch it. So if I promote the video on here, I've got this podcast channel that I've got that I'm trying to sort of grow on. We're almost at 8,100 subs, which is just amazing. It's just my channel's being a bit slower this month, Fish Splash. It's not that my content's changing. I'm not doing anything wrong. It's just my content's a bit slower this month. So I got a YouTube channel called and I uploaded a podcast video 18 days ago. I haven't uploaded one since. It's only got 15 views. But I promoted it on here. That sort of concept doesn't work. That's interesting, yeah. Yeah, on that thing about Minecraft, guys, like if you have a really old Minecraft world that you've played, like you played on it when you were young. So I create my survival world I created when I was 14. I created my survival world when I was 14, and I still play it despite the fact, and I still play it in 2026. I'm 24 in 9 months, guys. I'm 24 in 9 months. I do realise that, Fish Splash, but that's not a guarantee. You can upload. Creating new channels for absolutely everything also isn't a very good option. Isn't also a very good move. It doesn't work 100% of the time. It's like when you have people that have about 15 accounts because they do 15 bits of content. You have one take off and one not take off. The thing is, your forever world is probably older than most people on YouTube. Not most people, but like podcasts probably won't work. No, people are more interested in podcasts. They're not interested in games. YouTube is not a gaming chat. YouTube is not a gaming software. YouTube is not about games. YouTube is about whatever. That's the whole point of YouTube. You can film what you want. But that's why I'm saying YouTube didn't. That's why I'm saying YouTube creating multiple accounts for everything isn't actually a very good option. But it's not about making other games. So I've had loads of people tell me to go and make Roblox and Fortnite content because that gets more views. But I'm like, that's not what YouTube is. You film what you want, so you don't go deliberately chasing content. But podcasts do work quite well. The problem is you need to get people to watch them. And with me, I tried to do it on here, to start it on here, which it did well initially. But most people on YouTube, no, not really. Gaming doesn't make the new gens for YouTube. Yeah. But my Minecraft world should not be older than the people on YouTube, because YouTube is 13 years and up. You've got to be at least 13 to use YouTube, because YouTube's not a TV channel. So, you could upload anything you want to YouTube. That is true. It has a dedicated section for games, but it has a dedicated section for podcasts, music, film, news. It has one for everything because YouTube is absolutely everything. One of my favorite YouTube channels. They started out their filmmaking stuff on here as well. Yeah, it's not about gay. Is no one comes onto YouTube for. Some people come onto YouTube to be entertained. They come onto YouTube to be entertained. They don't come for games. They come for whatever piques their fantasy initially. If you're coming onto YouTube for games, surely you should get the game yourself. That's what one of my parents once said to me. Like, why would you go onto YouTube to watch somebody else play a game when you can go and play it yourself? And I'm like, that's what I always thought. Like, I don't actually watch gaming content, guys. I don't actually watch gaming content. I watch other stuff. Like I actually do watch podcasts, guys, because they are very useful. People use their parents' accounts, which is wrong though, but YouTube should do what TikTok do, really. YouTube should do what TikTok do. If you're under the age of 13, your account's terminated. What was in here? Maps, wasn't it? Diamond shovels. Can't remember what these were for. Yeah. But that should have been took down. Like I've seen some shit like that. Like, but there are also people that upload content that basically probably shouldn't. I have a person that subscribed to me. They probably should have some, like, they're like 18, but they should probably have some like parental regulation on their YouTube channel from their parents because they were uploading videos of their toilets. Someone that watches my Minecraft streams, they were filming their toilet thinking it was YouTube content. I'm like, that's not content. Like, why are you filming your toilet? That's just really weird. Like, in my opinion, that's weird. That is true. That is true. That's the only reason I can think of. But I said a lot of people never used to understand that. Like, why would you watch someone play the game when you can go and play it yourself? When you can just play. In a way, though, that is kind of true, though. It's true. It's true, but it's like I would rather play the game myself than. Sorry, I nearly fell over then. I nearly fell off my chair. Oh, but yeah, obviously there's reasons of it. Yeah, what was I saying? Like, having a Minecraft world so old, like, yeah, I generally do have people probably younger than my Minecraft world watching my streams, which feels weird because my Minecraft world's not even that old. It's 10 years. Wow. I say my Minecraft world's not old. I've changed so much in 10 years. I say my Minecraft world's not old. I've changed so much in like 10 years. Sometimes that could be a case. But you do have accidents like that. Like that's normally human error. Normally that's generally just human error, which you generally do have things of human error where, you know, you don't really know. Like, how old do you think I got? How old do you think I sound, guys? How old do you guys think I sound? Yeah, I don't really care what content will take off Fish Splash. In real life videos are shit. Roblox is a game that I will never play because I don't care about the game. You're looking at YouTube wrong if you're just filming shit for views. If you're just to get views, you actually make a good video. You don't just film whatever is popular. If you get what I mean, you've actually got to have a good video. You could do the world's best Minecraft. You could do the world's best Minecraft video and get 1 million views, but you could upload a Roblox video that you think's going to get views because it's Roblox and get 2 views. That's what I'm saying. YouTube and social media isn't about what's popular. It's about who makes the best video. So I've seen people that have made absolutely shit videos, and they've believed it was going to take off just because it was a Fortnite clip. I've generally had people ask me, I have people ask me YouTube advice all the time, and I always say this: just focus on uploading. 24. I'm 23, guys. I'm nearly 24. But I have a lot of people that don't think I sound my age. I have some people that think I sound younger. Some people think I sound older. That's the thing. You can't tell how old someone is from their voice. I have all these people that think I sound younger. I had someone I had somebody on my stream that thought I sounded 14, 15. I had some people on my streams that think I sounded I had someone that thought I sounded 45, which I'm like, no, thank you. Oh, which is a little bit weird. I'd rather people think I was 14 than fucking 45. I'm not going to be 45, guys, for another 20 years. Jesus. I'm not going to be 45, guys, for another 21 years. But yeah, I understand what you're saying, Fish Splash, but I don't care about the views. I'm not going to play other games that I have no interest in to go for views. If you get, I think you're a bit confused by that. I'm not going to change my content for views. It's not that my content. There's nothing wrong. It's not that my content that's caused us to have low views recently. It's because it's the middle of February. It's because it's the middle of February. Minimum, you're like 19 to me. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I have it. I don't know why, guys. A lot of people think I sound a lot younger. Maybe it's because I'm short or something, which I'm not actually short, but you know. Yeah, what I mean, Fish Splash, is that YouTube it's a really interesting one. It's because it's the middle of February. In June, July, and August, it'll all changed. They thought I sounded 45. I'm like, it's probably because I got a thick accent. It's probably because I got a bit of a thick accent, but you know, I'm not 45. I might be I jokingly said it was because I was short or something like that, but I'm not actually short, guys. I'm like 5'9". But you know, I'm not actually short. That's not actually short, but I used to think it was. We'll see what happens that time. Yeah, no, it's because it's February. Lots of people that watch my content are in school, so obviously my views will always be higher in my views will always be higher in the summer because people can watch for longer. Oh, people can watch the streams for longer. That's why which is why we had quite low views last year until the summer. And that it's always been the case. You always do better in the summers because people are off. It's interesting. It's like a zoo, you know. It's like a zoo. Well, not a zoo, but you know, not many people visit the zoo on a school day, do they? Not many people join streams when they're doing schoolwork. YouTube is for everything and anything all of the time. Yeah, 100%. I would prefer. I'd actually prefer to slow down on the Minecraft content and actually make some real life short film content. But I just haven't got some. I've got some ideas for short films. I just haven't had a chance to sit down because I've been busy doing all this stuff all my Calamity of Joe stuff. I haven't been able to do any short film stuff for my filmmaking channel yet. I need some time though to guys, to actually break down. I'm gonna count 5'9" as short for no reason. Well, it's not actually short. Like, it's taller than it's above the global average. It's average for my country, so it's not short, but it's not tall. You know, there's 50% of the world. There's 50% of people taller than me, 50% of people shorter than me. So I'm good. I'm good, guys. Actually, I should be shorter, guys. I should be shorter. It just happens to be my face is really long. Funny. You have a friend so short. How short is that? Like my table. My table is literally about my. You've got to have a very short friend. Literally, my table literally is only. This is only about 6 inches off the top of my knee. My table is only, if I'm sat down, if I'm standing up, my table is literally like to my kneecap. He's 13. That's got to be a really small 12-year-old. How tall was I when I was 12? When I was 12, I was about 4'8", 4'7". When I was 12, I was like somewhere between 4'8". I was somewhere between like 4'8", 4'9". Dwarfism? That's, well, what they call it. Could be. When you said that, I don't know how tall I was when I was 12. I think I was like 4'8", 4'9". I was under 5 foot. I know that. I wasn't 5 foot till I was like 13. Your friend is Ant-Man. I watched those films the other day, the Avengers films. I wanted to watch Avengers, so I watched Avengers Assemble. I watched Avengers Age of Ultron. I watched and then I watched Captain America Civil War, because Captain America Civil War is practically Avengers. Captain America Civil War is practically an Avengers film. Why would he be in your wall? Like, literally, your wall would not fit a guy. Your wall would not fit a guy. Because you got to think, walls aren't exactly that thick. Walls are only about, 3 inches. Walls are only about 8 inches thick. Your friend's not going to be in your wall. Walls are only about 10 centimetres thick, but it tends to be they're made of brick. If he's in your wall, then you must have a big wall. Yeah, but because walls aren't that big. Walls are only like, if you look at someone's like wall, they're only about 10, 15 centimetres thick. They're only about half a foot thick. I've watched Spider. It's one of my favourite movies of all time. Cool. There about, that's alright. I've never watched Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. Never watched that Spider-Man film. I have watched all the others though, guys. I have watched most of the. I've watched all the other DC Marvel films. Most of them. I haven't watched every single one, but that's because who has the time? I might end this stream soon, guys, because I've been streaming for 4 hours. Oh, God. Oh my God. I'm exhausted, everybody. Today's stream has been wild. Duffel mistook Red Bull as Rebel, as the Rebel as a different Rebel. Somebody spammed my Discord server full of my YouTube Discord server full of dodgy sites. Jesus, this stream has been wild. Empty walls where there was a guy in there. Ant-Man stuck in the wall. Oh, we had a running joke when I was in school about Ant-Man being stuck in Thanos' ass. Yeah, I've never watched it. I've never watched Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse or Across the Spider-Verse. I've never watched it. When it comes to like superheroes, I prefer the live action stuff. When it comes to superheroes, I prefer the live action stuff. I prefer it when you've actually got actors playing the roles. But yeah, yeah, my favourite superhero film. Oh, V for Vendetta, guys. My favourite DC. Sorry, my favourite superhero villain is V for Vendetta by the voice actors. Yeah, I like some ways of doing it. With like animation though, more traditional animation. When it comes to like DC and superhero stuff, I prefer it. I prefer it to be more live action. I think the emotion's better. I think the emotion's better if you get what I mean. When Bruce Wayne, finds out, sees his parents killed. When Bruce Wayne sees his parents killed, I believe that in live action, you get to see more emotion. You get to see the scene more. It feels more real. If you guys get what I mean. Ah, shit! My foot's stuck to the controller. Well, the controller wire. If you guys get what I mean, though, I think in live action you see more. You get more of an emotional reaction. Oh my god. I'm gonna end this stream, guys, because I'm exhausted. I've been streaming for just over 4 hours. So thank you for watching, everybody, and thank you for those of you that subscribed. As it stands, we are 13 subscribers off hitting 8,100 subscribers, which is amazing. The aim is to hit 10,000 subscribers this year to celebrate 10 years of this YouTube channel. I'm hoping we can do it, but at the moment, I'm not so sure we can do it. Goodbye, Michael. My name's not Michael. My name's definitely not Michael. My name's Joe, not Michael. Kind of funny. Thank you. Everybody have a good rest of your day. Thank you for watching, and I will see you all in the next one.